Hello. Chris was here. I just see. But went away again. This looks interesting.
Hallo.
Hi. Okay, it looked more interesting than it actually is, I think.
Looks like a normal mixed map, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the thumbnail, I had hopes that it maybe has some RPG elements or old car or whatever.
Oh, maybe it has old car, who knows? But it doesn't look like.
There is not really much happening.
No, not at all. It's like maybe 2 drifts and that's it.
Yeah.
Oh. That's the map even 42 seconds long, it feels like 30 seconds.
Hello guys.
Definitely have seen more exciting maps already.
Yeah. At least it is mixed, but yeah. Shit. Yeah, wonder how far right can I go? Do I have to go through left? Definitely getting to my ghost sword. Yeah, I was wondering, but it looks like you're a tiny bit too slow. At least whenever I came there, didn't feel like I would be fast enough for a right finish.
Times will be super close here in the corner. I think especially the second drift is super important. That's the mid basically.
Yep. Okay, important improvement. But as there are still 7 minutes. I'm 27th.
Yeah, that's nowhere close to be safe.
Yeah.
Probably need to improve by a lot. Not a lot, but position-wise.
It's only 3/10 to the leaders, but yeah, 3/10 is a lot on such a map, you can say.
Yeah.
Ghost off, as I know how to improve, but now I have to get it through in 5 minutes. Thing is that in this one part in the start I'm doing the opposite of what I want to do. Oh yeah, -7. Yes.
Second drift.
That's not easy.
The first one also doesn't feel easy for me, but second one is definitely something.
Okay. Now I'm on the edge, I guess. 40 seconds at the moment. But 3 minutes to go, so... one position only.
Is the ending? No.
Ah, komm! So close to PBing.
Second drift again. Yeah, I'm like so close to top 10 times, but still div 3 only.
I had an 18,000th improvement, so I had a 092 earlier. Let's see when it updates. Oh, that was an important improvement. Most likely, at least. Also, the cutoff is ahead. I mean, could be that if I had the other time, also that it could be that 092 is still good enough for 65th. Was still better than 65th. Like, hard to believe that there is such a big gap. But in that case, my old PB still would have been 64th. It would have been just a worse cutoff, which would be me. But most likely it wouldn't have been enough.
It's for sure one of the easiest tracks in a while.
Watch world record? Yeah, now it's too late to still watch it. I thought about it shortly, but there is not really much to watch. I know I have pace for more, but it's hard to get it through in one single run. Yeah, this, if you have to risk, you can try to land on that border, I guess, into the finish.
Yeah, I just did that in the warm-up. It doesn't feel that bad, to be honest. You just have to hit it with your left wheels or something, and then it's fine.
Some no-slide things in the end, I don't believe so. It looks really fast.
Just drove on 07 now.
07.
Yeah.
That's my PP.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah.
How many Cup of the Day wins do you have? 24, if I recall correctly. Wait, I just saw a comment there. Is this a thing? Does this map also have this bug where some people have a road grip in a checkpoint? Or what? So such an easy map, that would be huge. Was it actually ever cleared what caused that bug on the other track of the day?
Checkpoint grip, like on a off-road? Oh no, I crashed. That was on what kind of block do you get that grip? Like plastic or dirt or?
Third last checkpoint apparently, which is the dirt CP. But on that other map it was plastic checkpoints. Like that other track of the day I didn't even play myself, that was during my holidays. But I heard afterwards from it that some people had, for whatever reason, in the plastic checkpoints they had road physics. And they of course had quite a huge advantage then.
It's random, so not for everyone.
No, not for everyone, just some people.
Oh.
Or was there an explanation maybe under the world record video on YouTube? The track of the day world record video from Guam? I was there and there were people asking, and there was also the world record holder in there. Oh, I don't fully remember what he said. Yeah, exactly, the job schema. Oh my god, the airtime. I almost crashed that first turn, yeah. Imagine it happens in Elite Cup, yeah. Yeah, both were in this Vista, that's true. But then the question would still be, why only on those two maps? Like, what causes it in the end?
Yeah,
and are it's the same players actually. But the same players have the bug again that they get road physics. And why would they not have it on other maps? That's like the next question. Also, yeah. Like in other maps in this Vista here. But interesting is that this is a dirt checkpoint. Also if you say that this is the CP where it happens, it's like a dirt one, not plastic. It's interesting. I think that the guy that had the world record on the other map theorized that maybe the map author placed like two surfaces into each other for whatever reason. But I'm not sure. Like, can you figure that out? It would usually you would see it if it like flickers. No, that was never right. Okay. I have to check the Guam video again. There was something in the comments there. I hope after the Kappa I can go into the top 5 records in VC, then one of like at least one record with that bug, so that we can confirm that it actually just happened in this map here. Maybe it won't gain all too much, I believe, if it's the only checkpoint. In that section, I don't know. It will gain a bit, of course, but not all too much. The map is just so easy that it actually matters still. Elkonaut. But on the other map, on the plastic map, there were like 3 checkpoints or 4 checkpoints with that bug. So, like without that bug, you had no chance to fight for world record, that's sure.
Huh? Just got such a good slowdown. By the way, the guy, the one who uploaded the world record replays from each track of the day, he sadly is not active since a month. He didn't upload any new records since a month. I'm already a little bit worried because his videos are very crucial for TM Awards, to have videos of the maps and of the runs of the world records. So I actually wrote a comment now in this. I wrote a comment now in the last video from him. Okay.
There were other times where he was also not uploading for a while and then he caught up again. Probably holidays, but a full month is actually a lot now.
It just made it sound like it's his job to upload those videos. He's taking a holiday from it.
Yeah, the thing is, of course, obviously it is also just free time that he is spending, and there's always the chance that at some point someone stops. And then you have an issue because there's nobody taking it over immediately. I remember there was also someone else, I think it was even here from my subs, Skyliner Akka, I think he did earlier some track of the day videos, like in the beginning of the game. He also stopped at some point, then Guam took over without any break, kind of. And Guam is doing that since years. And I don't know, does anyone know him in the community from somewhere else? Any Twitch chat? Anything in-game with driving? I have no idea who that guy even is. But it's of course super helpful. He doesn't get many views, sadly. But for TM Awards it's just very good to have.
It's kind of hard to stay focused on this map.
Also we have someone that looked up in the comment section of the video. This bug was already in the game when you skinned Checkpoint, the added custom image. It was becoming road Checkpoint, only in Vista. And that bug was patched on 2nd of February, but it looks like small amount of people was on the older version, question mark. Now they are definitely not on the older version. Now it's long ago. Ah, look who's on the first red. Crazy. Also, I don't think that it was faster landing on that wall. Not gonna lie.
Just landed on the last border and did a backflip. My car just immediately backflipped. Yeah.
But you stayed in?
Anyways, but I was up anyways. I had a gear issue in the first drift. Caused quite a bit.
Oh my god, there's even a tie behind me, is that true? Yeah, there's a tie for first red and orange. Another tie they write. I didn't even realize that they had the tie before as well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that this happens here.
That gap.
But what was that at the start? Plus 18? How? Okay, it's my different line.
The first checkpoint? Or the second one?
Ah! This time I didn't go for it because I just made up the position. I thought I had more speed, but I have the trophies at least.
Good job.
Yeah, so in the seeding, it looked to me as if you want to take the first grass turn a bit more banked. And not super inside. But maybe I was doing it too much. Okay, I also just realized when they go inside how much they actually can cut over the edge still. I thought it was clip if you go that far left.
Yeah, you can go pretty much full inside.
Also with this, that you take more of the banked turn, it helps of course the steering and you can go earlier into a speed slide, kind of.
Yeah.
So that was the idea, at least. But as I have them plus 18 in the checkpoint, surely I caught up until the drift a bit of the time, but I was then still in red, also still in even last, I guess. But in my seating it was like better. But maybe because I didn't do the perfect inside line. Because I didn't cut the inside line as much. Because look at this line that they do. They can cut so far to the inside. That is probably better. That line is also way easier to drive. Because I always struggled with that air time into the grass. Taranto goes full inside there, that cannot be good, like he drops so far behind now. It wasn't even impossible to really go super far, because like interestingly, I just barely made it into Div 1 with that .07, but people are not really driving a lot faster than that in rounds. And since this was not a round that I did only once in seeding, I had actually also 0.9, 0.9, and I had also a .11. That pace is doable. But let's focus a bit on the times that I drive. So last round the winning time was .00. And then everyone was rather close, but even third or fourth place was already in the .1s. However, now the top 4, yeah, okay, this is different. The top 4 were faster. Also last round the .00 won the round. But there was a crash in this round, so that would have been easy to survive. It just went out, with only one player that is not French speaking. left in the KO. Just Flyer again. Yeah, Flyer's really gaming this year in knockouts. No, same for Chamo. Chamo again in the top 5, what the heck. Also Chamo really becomes super strong in this format. And generally also on all the map styles. Or Ender looked so good and he's actually out. Yeah, with a 95. Okay, also here we go. Was not winnable. Also Hill ist often far, Chamo is often far, Flyer is often far. Those three are really, like, you realize that after some time. They have a bunch of good knockouts. And Super Kaluf is literally so random. Like sometimes he qualifies into the 3 or even the 4, I don't know. And then other times he's the 1 and fights for the win. Like it's switching a lot between. Also he's yeah also the player that has that record with most positions in the seeding, starting at 1 and how high he goes. Oh no, Super Kaluf threw it away by jumping so far left. He was ahead, but he finished on the left side. Actually, nobody is trying to land on the border here. I once survived a round, and it felt actually good in that round with the border. I might have survived because of that, and I wonder in the top 9 round where I went out, if I had survived with the border jump. But I didn't want to risk it in that moment because I thought maybe I don't need to, as I just went from red into in, so I thought I had more speed. So Chamo won 2 days ago, but most likely not today. Wow, crazy. On such an easy map, the final is so boring.
Yeah, because you have to push it.
Yeah, because you have to push it. It's like, such an easy map is then also not easy anymore.
Yeah.
Am I playing Cup of the Week tomorrow? Yeah, I will. But I haven't.
Are you going to win?
I haven't driven the map yet. Apart from my discovery,
okay.
I have to basically start with that now.
Yeah, then it might be hard to get into, you know, the fun.
Oh, this will be fine.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, competition will not be that big.
Yeah, it won't be that cooked.
Okay. All right then, I'm gonna leave. Bye.
Bye. Alright. So, also Friday is really like nothing at the moment. Also, if you look in the weekly proc, there are 2 things. There's like a mapping thing, and there is also an ice cup, but that's it. So I was now thinking of 2 things, maybe chat can help. Either I do now EWC discovery kind of, so that I learn the map for tomorrow, otherwise I do that tomorrow before streaming. Or I actually go RPG in Trackmania 2 and I finish off the Eternal World, where I have done, from 16 chapters, I have done the first 14 chapters. But it's now almost half a year ago that I did that, and these 2 remaining chapters still have to be done. Could do it now. What do you think? EWC is saying. First of all, I will check campaign. Map 22, what is the record? The record is Onyo with a 112.58. So then
112.58 and here. Worse. But also Onyo. Is there any change on this map compared to the campaign map? I don't believe so, right? So I don't remember that South Korea had anything changed, or is there something? Otherwise I will check out his campaign record. Also I thought with EWC I will never sit down a whole week and grind it all the way through. That was never my intention to do. But I thought if I invest many hours right before the cup, like many hours into the cup, then maybe there is a chance. Okay, let's inspect. Cool to see Onyo here. Oh yeah. Man, you can really not use the stem overlay. Also, I've never seen it that bad. Yeah, in backward sections it bugs and doesn't show, but look at this. It doesn't show him braking here. Like, what the fuck? Why not? Like, why do you not see it in a forward driving part? That's so random. And then suddenly here you see a short. Yeah, this one you see. And then here he goes into the identity. I want to know the inputs. I want to know for how long he brakes here. And the brake is just not shown for a long time. There's a very short moment that it appears. And then it's gone again. This is so random. If it's shown or not. I was really hoping I can learn a little bit. But this was close. What the fuck. Yeah, the map is mega easy, Chris. Also, it's like Fanati says, the ending is random and it's only about the ending because until then not much happens. So let's investigate a little bit more where he drives. Also first of all, I mean maybe I actually do 0.3 speed. Also what do we have to know? He stays to the right of this line here. And then he goes around this line here. Oh my god. Woo! 10 gifted subs? Yeah, what the heck? Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the 10 subs out of nowhere. Holy moly. So he goes exactly like, I would just assume if I just aim for the same, it's good. And then he goes also pretty low here and steers already full to the left. Okay, he taps, kind of. Now smooth steers around. And wow, look, even the skid mark is going over this edge, but he survived it. That's crazy. So, when does he start drifting? Before, but he does 2 drifts. Okay, interesting. Also 2 drifts, and before that first edge. Gets lots of speed.
super early drift here. You need to be very close to that wall, that's very dangerous. He does a small release, now he opened the steering to snap it to the nose slide. And yo, he makes it. So now opting for low airtime here. Full steer left, full steer right, and a pre-drift as well. And now it gets interesting. Still these inputs, and then he does that. Okay, so also here. He is having a already very decent line. Gets a good angle, still pre-drifts that angle here. Holds, accelerate and right. And then before jumping off, he snaps to left. I don't know if that's enough to have like some kind of gorilla grip physics here. He steers all the way to the left, and then he went to the right steering in the moment he left the ice. And then he opens it probably a little bit. Yeah, here for a moment. To get out of the drift. So now here the question is, what can I aim? What can I aim? The tree, actually. Look, the center of the tree. He goes, of course, as inside as possible. Through the shadow, and then right after the shadow he leaves this and he jumps towards that tree. And he lands, and then he taps to the left. Once he is on the road, he will steers a lot to the left as well. Okay. Yeah, and this is now interesting, because he doesn't start a drift with braking. He takes not even the apex here in this left turn, he's somewhere in the middle, full steers left, gets an auto slide, and then at the bottom here, he taps the brake once, twice, a bit longer, releases once, and then he goes through. Watch it again. This is what he does. Tap, tap. Bomb. Interesting, he did a brake tap apparently. Going into the grass here. And he starts smooth steering here a little bit. Goes through the CP, full steer to the right. And now it gets a bit annoying because I cannot see when he brakes, but I saw the inputs from other people though, like earlier replays, and I'm pretty sure that at the moment you go onto this, you actually start braking as well. I mean, you can see it on the car normally, but even that I don't see it. Shouldn't the rear wing do something when you brake? But I don't see it in the replay. Like, he definitely brakes here. Like, you would be way too fast otherwise. Yeah, it is grass. But you would be too fast without braking. Are we doing something after Kappa? Yeah, I will learn this track here for tomorrow. So Just inspecting the world record. Boost. So he goes pretty diagonal. Probably it was full braking. Left and right before it jumps off, he goes to the right. What was with the acceleration? It doesn't accelerate there, but he does accelerate here again, okay. Then this, I don't know how he survived that. But he has again this diagonal line. So he was holding the brake then here for quite a while. Again diagonal, full brake. Here I'm just not sure if he brakes or not, we have to figure it out then ourselves. And then once he's here he accelerates again. Okay. That's the record. So now I have to learn everything. And for that, like sadly we don't have, also I have this one part map market here, but sadly there is nothing. We have only a winter campaign with those 5 tracks, but there are no part maps. I don't know if there are part maps somewhere else, but because of that I have to do editor practice. So I open the map. Here. And now I will get rid of respawning because of a certain reason. We'll just put it onto give up. So, and let's go. I will now train sector after sector. Okay, good start. I don't remember how far he went to the left. At that point I didn't focus yet. Okay, apparently you have to go a lot to the left. Okay, but this was not a good line through the checkpoint. It was a great line here in the corner though. So now we can start. And I place my car into that CP here. Also we remember this left line here and then this line. Yeah. So this is how you want to get it. Oh, there's a hole. Aha, if you search South Korea 2026 in campaigns, there are part maps if you want. Okay, I will check that after my editor practice. Then I don't do the editor practice for too long. I will still go through all the checkpoints and then I go into the part maps and then I can see how much I learned. My ghost was pretty clean, I would say. What is a bit weird in this editor practice is that my ghost is always starting slightly behind or ahead, like completely random. It's hard to understand. You know, I'm ahead going into the CP. I don't know why that is, like what causes this bug, I don't know. otherwise, editor practice is also very goated. Ah, that goes as fast. Let's do one more. I mean, this is an important drift, so I put my car here again. We have those two small brake tabs. And then we have that turn. Oof. That's gonna be an important and very difficult corner. Oh, by the way, did nobody write something? It's time for Track Madel. We missed it. No. Track Madel. Three people found it. Older than 27, younger than 36. Price money lower than 3,400. Aha, I found Onyx and Evo. Okay, there are so many people here, what the heck? Aha. Key was almost correct. Is there another Polish player in here? Or maybe somewhere here. I didn't find one in this list now. But sometimes you only find them here somewhere. But you don't have the Magorian, look. Boom. Guess how many people die from white sharks yearly? 12. Five to 10. And now guess how many white sharks die from people yearly. Almost 5 new cards for my deck. Yeah, I just did the Track Madel. Slightly a bit late to it. more speed. Into that section here. Don't get the perfect drift yet, because I'm never using the full width of the track on the outside. Yeah, I'm always close to the hole. But close to the hole means that I'm not using my space. But I think I take this as my next respawn start, which trains the next left turn. Woo! Oh, I got a touch. That's tight, eh? Also here I noticed a bug that even though I have Ghost activated, it's not there. Now I deactivated Ghost. And now I activate it again. And now I will drive a little bit further. And hopefully we suddenly get one Ghost again. But I realized that also on the Germany map. For whatever reason the Ghost is then sometimes not there. Still no Ghost. Yeah, that's annoying. Because it's actually really cool to do this editor practice then against the Ghost. But you have once the issue that the Ghost starts behind or in front all the time and never really at the same time than you. And then other times it just is not there. It just doesn't exist. And that's of course sucks then. And then look at this. Ah. I need a good entry into that checkpoint there. I cannot really place a checkpoint before. So sometimes I also place myself some checkpoints at good parts and use them for flying starts. But since this is a freewheel section, I would change the map with that. Cannot do that. But yeah, this turn here, it has some risks, but it did work a few times now. So now comes a very important section, I would say. I have to practice this here. I would say that was good. And towards the tree. This here. Ah, there's Ghost. Hello, Ghost. Nice that I get this Ghost immediately. Now it was even better. Yeah, oh, hello? Why are you starting there? But 70 to 100 million sharks that's killed by humans. Ah, that sounds a bit much. Are there so many sharks generally in the world? Which cloud type produces almost all severe thunderstorms? Cumulonimbus. What is the highest wind speed ever measured in a tornado? Oof. Um... 450 knots. I meant, of course, kilometers per hour, not knots. You're annoyed about the Bayern versus PSG game? Yeah, I mean... sad. I mean, PSG was very good in defending, surprisingly. I mean, they were really open in the first game. Like, it was really easy to score goals there. Like also at the moment where they were leading already. But they did it really good. But yeah, obviously with different referee decisions it could have ended very differently as well. But over the years I'm used to it. That's, I don't know, when was the last time that Bayern actually got knocked out of the Champions League and there was nothing with referees, like that you wouldn't talk about them? When was the last time that Bayern actually lost and it was just, yeah, lost, and you didn't have to speak about anything? Why is the sky blue, but sunsets red? Let's see what Mario says. Yeah, it is the different colors have a different way how they are. How is the English word? Is it the correct word what the other guy said? Refraction. Also, ja, in Germany we say Beugung, Lichtbeugung. Like, the colors are differently how they are. On the one hand, how they are gebeugt. The other thing is, it's difficult in English. But colors behave differently. That's the main thing. Yeah, Rayleigh scattering. Scattering, yeah. Okay, that was pretty sick. We're gonna take this and we move on to the next map, also next part. Okay, this is if I wouldn't break. That section. What is the term for rain that evaporates before reaching the ground? I also wouldn't know a term for that now. Not sure if we ever used the term worker in my studies or at the job, definitely not. Don't even need that there. take this. And now we train that section. Yeah, here it would be very helpful if I had a ghost, not gonna lie. But I don't get it, damn it. Thinking of this. 5.69. But this is a 44. That's also 44, this was good. I think I realized what I have to do. I first steer to the left and then I brake. This is good. So, now it gets interesting. Now it gets interesting. Because now I will put my car here. I was hoping so much that I get a ghost. Wondering, did he now full brake this or not? And I would say he does full brake. Yeah. So I full brake, I do this. I guess it's very important to hold brake and accelerate at the same time. this dangerous, this kind of mistake. .1 in the last one. But here probably the part map will help. That's not good. It's important to know when exactly do I have to do the steering. Oh, that's not good. Now the thing is, Granadi seemingly played only this part here for hours already. And this is of course the thing. It's something where I also have to put hours into theoretically. But now I'm of course very close to like go to the action, to the interesting stuff, you know. How I want to play the full map, but this is actually the most important part in the trading. Because now, for example, I had completely shit. Like, it was completely off my line. Sadly, I couldn't really figure out the inputs now from Runio. I don't know when exactly he braked, or when he started braking and so on. Yeah. Okay. Then it's time now to go into the solo play, into the campaigns, and I search for South Korea. We have here South Korea 2026 and here as well. These are definitely part maps, that's good. These are also part maps. Where do we have better players? Also this is from Nixotica. Here I'm 2000. Das ist the full map. So. Or I don't know. Maybe we go through both of them. It's a quite long one, 24 seconds. Yeah, when does this finish? Usually you brake before you go into this. Also my run was really good, apart from the last left turn. I almost went close to the world record already on this part map, I think. Imagine in the knockout you crashed the first turn. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Too much airtime in the third transition in, but holy moly, beforehand, that was pretty cool. Also, I also say it definitely can. I think it had to do with humidity and wind. I always hate it when we have 3 degrees Celsius and I go to my car, want to drive to work, and my front screen is frozen with plus 3 degrees. That's quite annoying and happens quite often. Yeah, and other times you have the case that you have even minus temperatures and no clouds in the sky, but it doesn't freeze because the air is actually dry. Hey, thank you. I watched GeoWizard video where he was walking through snow. But I also don't really know the answer to that, but I assume cloud to cloud is more often now. it made just the most sense. Most tornadoes per square kilometer. Also it's probably not the US because the US is just too big. But what other countries actually have tornadoes? Because in Europe it's not really that much of a thing. Canada and US are both too large, and further south I don't think that you have them still. Are there also tornadoes on these small islands? Or are they just in hurricanes? Because I don't think that hurricane is a tornado. And you have hurricanes, of course, in the Caribbean. There's so many in the UK. Interesting. But I guess it's not such big ones like you have in the US. So. As this question is not really asking for scale 5 or 4 tornadoes, it could be any tornado. I would be surprised if there's a really big one in the UK. But the tornado, I would say, is defined by that you have clouds, like this circular cloud thing, going from the sky to the bottom, that it touches the bottom, you know? A hurricane and a cyclone and a typhoon, those are divided by which ocean they are in, kind of, or which region. Those are just low pressure systems. But they are not touching the ground. Those are just low pressure systems that evolve in the overwarmed water and move somewhere over the ocean. But those are not tornadoes. Yeah, I mean, this is also funny with Harry Kane. I mean, I think there were also jokes with him. And he, also if I would say that in Deutsch, in German, wenn er wirkelt im Angriff im Strafraum. Dann Harry Kane. Ja. Let's make Ghost off. I think I can beat it. Wait, there's a fog question? Also here. Why is fog notoriously difficult to forecast accurately? Also, it is true, it is. Our models are just not very good. If our models were good, it would be super easy to forecast it. But yeah, very small. Often you have fog when you have very low wind speeds, and with these super low wind speeds, if there is this kind of bit of wind, it sometimes really depends from which direction it comes, and like very small details can then decide to get fog or if it's enough or not. But there are probably multiple reasons why it's difficult. Yeah, exactly, it's also very localized. The fact that it's such a local thing with fog is also the reason why then certain weather models have issues with it. Auch 1000. Which weather phenomenon is especially dangerous for aircraft because it may not appear on radar? Turbulence, maybe? I mean, I'm not sure if turbulence is meant here, because turbulence obviously you just don't see that on radar. Like if it has to... Okay, we actually say clear air turbulence, yeah, well then. I mean, this is exactly what I'm working with. I only had to go through the hazards on our hazard sheet. First place. Let's go next. A clear air turbulence is basically the turbulence far up without any objects in the way, just in the high atmosphere. Also the other turbulence would be at the surface, like when mountains or whatever, you have wind and it goes against an obstacle, then turbulence will happen. So that obviously. And then you also have turbulences because of... If you have such a air mass barrier... You often have that in winter. Then you have basically like... Air cannot go higher. There's because the air temperature is getting warmer again. So it's stuck in the bottom, and then you can easily get turbulences in that lower section. I could do F1 questions. Could be fun. Also, I also can do F1. Why is the jet stream strategically important for military aviation? Yeah, because if you fly with the jet stream, you need less fuel. And if you, but that's not just for military. That's like for everyone. I mean, also the civil planes that travel here between America and Europe, for example, they obviously use the knowledge about where the jet stream is to spare some fuel. But don't we say you spare some time? And I would that time be translated into Zeitsprachen. That was bad. There's a fucking false friend, man. Okay. Damn English. But it's fine, so we can use the word save more often. Where on earth do the most lightning strikes occur? In Venezuela. There's a big lake. Maracaibo or something. And there you have always thunderstorms. Yeah, Antarctica is correct. But you could also name a specific part in Antarctica, but I don't know how it's called. Well, Atacama is then the other thing, but I'm pretty sure that you find sources that say that Antarctica is the driest. Otherwise, yeah, Atacama from the deserts, also from those hot deserts, and Atacama is the driest there. Ah, man, I don't get this drift. Yeah, this close to the McMurdo station. I wasn't sure if the desert is also called that way. don't have the name for that cloud. I know it exists. No, it's higher than Cirrus. Noctilucent clouds. Ah, ja, okay. How many F1 World Champions have there been since 1950 season? Or it's hard to directly know the number. Like you would need to count them. And that of course takes a while. Okay guys, you count. I name them and you count, okay? You count how many I name. Also, we start with Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, Nico Rosberg, Sebastian Vettel, Jenson Button, Kimi Räikkönen, Michael Schumacher, Fernando Alonso, Mika Häkkinen, Jacques Villeneuve, Damon Hill, so Alan Prost and Ayrton Senna, of course, and Nigel Mansell. So, and from here on it becomes more difficult. Nelson Piquet, Niki Lauda, Jody Scheckter, Jackie Stewart, then some, I don't know when he was, but some Dennis Hulme, something like that. Keke Rosberg, Emerson Fittipaldi, I forgot. Mario Andretti, James Hunt, so then Phil Hill and Graham Hill, John Surtees, Jake Brabham, now we also do Farina, Ascari, Fangio, and Mike Hawthorne. So now we have a number, and I guess we can still add 5 to that number, and around that is the solution. The fuck? So this would be then around 35 plus 5, or... Also in the end, that were different. It was Farina, it was Ascari, it was Fangio, and it was Hawthorne. Now the question is how you... Did you have all 4 of them, or...? Yeah, depends what Chalky counted. You had all of them. But don't I see that correct? That... Ach so! You go to 9, you didn't have a 0. Ah, this is so confusing. Haha! Okay, 27... Yeah, then we say 37, yeah. Nice. Does that mean that I only forgot about 3? Now I want to see. Ach. Why do I not find it over Wikipedia, but if I type it into Google, I immediately get the correct Wikipedia link? That's confusing. So, which ones did I forget? I forgot Jim Clark. And he's actually also a multiple winner. Here's this guy, Dennis Hulme. I don't even know why this name was in my head. I forgot Jochen Rindt, of course. He was winning the championship while being dead. And I forgot Alan Jones. Yeah, but to be honest, Alan Jones is very easy to forget. Yeah, those 3. That's it. Bruce McLaren. Yeah, true, I didn't name him, but where is he? He's not a champion. He got second here, and third. Yeah, also he was never a Formula 1 champion. Crazy that I only forgot 3 names. Before Verstappen, who had the quickest Formula 1 race? What is OAT or OAT? What is that? Out of all time, probably. And with the quickest you mean average speed? Or race length, kind of? Also I assume it was a Monza. And I guess it was either Michael Schumacher or Juan Pablo Montoya. You counted 52 states when there's only 50. Huh? Because you were doubled with some of them, or because you actually named some that weren't actually states? Or both. So, I said either Michael Schumacher or my second guess is Juan Pablo Montoya. I know Juan Montoya had some record, but might have been only the maximum speed. Also I would definitely say it must be a race in Monza. The next logical answer is Hamilton. That's good. It's bad. Oh, it's still the one on the car. So for I don't know if Barrichello ever won in Monza. or Ralf Schumacher, I cannot, I would have said it's Michael Schumacher or it's Montoya. To be honest. Like, who else won back then? Kimi Räikkönen in McLaren, but I cannot remember that. The next logical thing would be Barrichello, I guess, but I don't remember him winning, so you can just say the answer. Or Ralf Schumacher, so basically those two teams still, I would guess. Barrichello, actually, okay. Didn't remember that he won in Monza that year. But it was very likely to be the 2004 season, since 2004 was the fastest car before the cars got slower in 2005. And the best times set in 2004, they took really long to be beaten on many tracks. They got beaten like in the late 2010s. But Monza with just high speed was still remained, and might have also remained because 2020, where we had the fastest cars before the next change of rules, also where Mercedes was the dominant, there was this crazy race where Gasly won, which included a red flag, and because of that 2020 is not fast. I guess 2019 they just weren't fast enough yet to beat the 2004 records. But maybe they would have been in 2020. Which two drivers had the most pit stops and won? Button. As for Button, this is super known. I'm a bit surprised that there is someone equal to him. Also Button in Canada 2011. Is the other one then some recent thing? Or is it a super old thing? Because I thought that Button holds this record alone. Yeah, recent. Okay, so then it doesn't matter. What kind of race did we have? Think of Verstappen in Brazil, but he actually spared a pit stop in that one race against Norris. Oh, half a world record again. He won because he spared the pit stops, I don't think. But you say famous race. I mean, Brazil 2024, Verstappen is a very famous race. Yeah, he saved the pit stop. He saved it. Is it Brazil or is it something else? Also, is it that Brazil race or is it something else? Something else, I would just need to think about it again. Not Brazil. Okay. It was difficult to think about it while driving. I cannot think about it now. We most likely it's a rain race, no? Where would we have rain? Great Britain is always good to have rain. Very wet sandboard race. We had also very wet... No. We had also very wet sandboard race when Piastri won and Norris got that engine failure. I think that started wet, if I remember correct. But I don't believe that it had, like, Button had 5 pit stops. There is a very known race from Michael Schumacher in the dry, where he won with a 4 pit stop strategy to overtake Alonso, who was on 3 stops. But Button, I think, had 5 or 6 even. You could just tell. It's hard to think of the races now. Maybe Baku or something. I don't know. Yeah, but it... I hope that were real pit stops and not just there was some obstacle on the start finish straight and they had to go through the pit stop area. Ah, das Verstappen in the Dutch GP. 2023. Okay. So there was actually another Zandvoort. Actually, at the moment I don't really remember much of this race. Sounds cool. Maybe I should watch a video of that race again. It was of course in that very dominant season of Verstappen, so most likely... Also usually such races, they bring up possible new winners or surprises. But I guess Verstappen and Red Bull were just so dominant that even these weather conditions just let them win it, and then you don't remember it that much. Because like there are some very classic, legendary races from the area where I watched, where I started to watch Formula 1 and Michael Schumacher of course. There were some crazy races back then with surprising teams and drivers on the podium. And I remember all of these races because of the result. But if just Verstappen wins in the season where he was anyway super dominant, I think I just forget that then. Like, was there actually a lot of chaos or not? In the last 6 seasons, what is the largest gap between 1 and 2 in qualifying? Oh my god. I mean, most likely either it is something in the first qualifying of the year in Melbourne, just one team super dominant, where you would think maybe Mercedes in 2020 or something, or it is, and that's of course more likely, some qualifying that included rain again, where someone is far in front. And then the question is, how much was that? I say 1.3 seconds. Ja. Also das ist a mix of there was rain and there was this very dominant Mercedes. Also having that on Austria is crazy though, on the on that track, because usually the track is mega close together, but because of the conditions. But now that Monkey has a different race as well. Canadian GP. Okay. What was the thing with that? Like the 2020 Styria I can remember, actually. Lol. There must be rain. But I don't immediately remember that. Yeah, I remember Hülkenberg being P2. But I don't remember that he was so far off the pole. What the heck? But I was really good with my 1.3. To be honest, when I said 1.3, I also had 1.2 something in mind. But I knew that 1.2 is in the zone that you gave me. Equal, of course equal. Third. What was the smallest win margin and how many people were within 1 second? Aren't there two different things? The smallest win margin and then also how many, also aren't there two different races? But how many were within 1 second to first place? there was a Monza race super long ago, where, also before my time, where 4 cars were within 1 second. But I thought that the closest race was the photo finish from Ferrari in Indianapolis. So if it's also that Monza race, then it would have needed to be closer than what the Ferraris said. And the Ferraris were already just 100 around away from each other. So I say 6,000. And how far was it then in Monza? And can you also Google how far the Ferraris were away from each other in Indianapolis? Because I thought the Ferraris were the closest. Yeah, my answer was 6,000. Yeah, the Ferraris were definitely over 100. Oh, it's not enough. Then. I'm still waiting for the answer. Like, how close was it now in Monza? Between first and second. .00. So I will say 6,000 is correct. That's a TMNF movement right there in old Formula 1. But could they tell back then who the winner was, or did then just both drivers win? Of course I know that. It was in Jerez, 1997, last race, at last qualifying of the season. And it was Jacques Villeneuve, Michael Schumacher and Heinz-Harald Frentzen. In that order they were setting the times in the 60 minutes qualifying. That was the reason why they started in that order. Which is crazy, because also a championship deciding race and then such a qualifying where they tie. Heinz-Harald Frentzen follows you. First, here we go. Look at that! I have 3 world records on the part maps. I'm ready for this one. But I guess that this world record here is much more cooked. He's doing it a bit differently actually than what we saw earlier. In that moment that he... before he jumps off, he steers to the right, that's the same, but he already goes onto the acceleration. Also here, it goes already to the acceleration. And keeps accelerating. Who's the oldest race winner to the month? I'm not sure who it is, but it is someone in the very old days of F1, in the 50s and 60s. And someone won in his like he was like 50 something years, I guess. I would say Mike Hawthorne, but I'm not sure. That was some old name. Oh, what a PB. Yo, Artroy, thanks a lot for the raid. Schade. Also schade. Maybe you actually want to use Cam 3? Again. Hey, only 1/10 away. I will of course try to get into Div 1, but I tried with basically just... I started driving the map today. And also not the full map, I'm only on the part maps at the moment. But I got world record on all the part maps so far. They are of course not very contested, or not many people played them. Why not try that on your line again? No. Okay, I don't try it. How many left-handers are at the top of F1? Let's say champions. I have absolutely no idea of any left-handers. Like, how would you know who's a left-hander? This is of course the nightmare in the knockout if that happens. What? Okay, close again. Yeah, those questions are a bit easy. Also Brazil, Interlagos, for example. But there are multiple tracks. It's not just one. Oh, it's already 10 PM. Guys, do I play under 10 second cup? Chat, shall I play the under 10-second cup? Or go onto the full map and drive runs into the leaderboard? Oh, PB. Who's got the most podiums before finally winning a race? Yeah, who was the top guy there? Also, think of... I don't know if that's really enough. Perez could be one idea, then I thought of Norris. But I don't like both answers too much. I think there is surely someone better. Yeah, and Carlos Sainz was also someone that I had in mind. Oh, world record as well. Okay, nice. Also, I have world records on all 4 maps here. Battle Spider, Chardonnay, Nightlight, and Nightlight. Let's see if I can improve my time, which is good enough for position 1354. It's cool, right? Immediately first try how I improved to my old PB literally everywhere. And if you remember, the discovery on this campaign, how long it took to get that PB run to beat the AT, and now I do one single attempt and I beat it by 1.7 seconds. Okay, to be honest, I think on this track I didn't sit as long as on the other plague tracks. So probably it wasn't that quick, the AT, but still 1.7 seconds I gained everywhere. but now comes the tricky part. I improved by 1.7 seconds, but I'm missing another 1.7 seconds to get the world record. You misinformed me. That is not good. It didn't. That is good. GPT did. That's not good. Also, what was now the correct answer? Like they are all equal. Actually, just wonder how many podium placements did Irvine actually get in 1998? I'm surprised he has that many, because in 1999 he surely won rather, was in the middle of the season surely, got his first win probably there. But 1998 I would have thought that often the podium was just the two McLarens and Michael Schumacher. Irvine then not on the podium. In 1997 the Ferrari was too bad for Irvine to reach a podium like that. I hate that idea with that small drift. I think I will just release. Too wide. Oh, I lost all my lead. Yes. Okay. Shit. Also I can definitely gain already half a second until there. So I can go within a second to the Reckless Romonio. And the rest is then pushing. Ah, shit. That airtime here. Actually remained a PB, even with that big time loss. This turn is also much better now. Ah, schade. By the way, tomorrow is also a 12-hour race in Team NF, in which I will participate. But I do my shift in that race after Cup of the Day, so late. And then I can train here EWC before EWC further. So yeah, most likely starting then the stream at 5 PM when everyone else is streaming as well. Do the EWC, then I have no idea what I do. Most likely I just learn the Team NF map, then I play Cup of the Day. And then I learn further the 12-hour race map. And then my stint is supposed to be at 8:30. So at the moment it looks like I'm playing from 8:30 to 10:30. It's gonna be a full speed map. Most likely easy full speed with lots of NASCAR turns or even lots of freewheel sections where nothing happens. But we will see tomorrow. Elite Cup should be normal time tomorrow, 5 PM. The first and the third cup from this campaign, they moved to Sunday because of Red Bull. But this weekend it's normal on Saturday. Red Bull is next week, and it's on the 16th, so it's on Saturday. That's most likely the reason why EWC was moved to Sunday. Yeah, the Red Bull finals are just on one day. I mean, there are 2 semi-finals and a grand final. There isn't more than that. It's just 3 matches. Also most likely, I haven't really checked if there's something different this year compared to last year. Oh! Mann. Okay, I was behind in the corporal. I mean, maybe Mother is beatable on the new tracks. Especially on Amaze. Mata went out in the semi-finals, but that was also due to his crazy match-up that he had. Like, what was that semi-final, guys? Carl Jr., Granadi and Mata, all in one semi-final. And someone like Vosal was the fourth driver and he didn't manage, like Vosal is so good and he didn't manage to win a single map then. Vosal probably would have come through in the other semi-final. Well, at least he had good chances there. Because the other semi-final had Spam, who was clearly slower than the other players, and Elcon, who just crashed. Who just risked too much in that format that they had last year. So Elcon was not really an opponent. Sometimes this happens here. Mann. Again, a rather weak ending. No. Is it about the Classico? I haven't seen the Classico yet. Any highlights? If it's the Classico, then maybe don't spoil me, but if did it already happen, the Classico, then I will open a highlight of that match, a highlight video on my stream now, then we watch it together. Lol. What the fuck? That sounds crazy. But something is wrong with the current team. Like, they weren't like that a few years ago. But now you have the feeling that's not really a team. It's exactly what makes Paris and Bayern so strong. That these are teams. But I remember there was also a World Cup where one of the African teams, Cameroon or something like that, like they didn't work together at all. There are also many internal problems. Not sure which one it was, which World Cup. Okay. Do you have a YouTube video about that? Damn it. Minus 2/10. Maybe let's make Onyo on and the Ghost on. Ach, no, we get that camera. Fuck. He gains a little bit there. I think he was turning quicker. Maybe an input that I couldn't see again. Maybe he actually presses the brake. A gold 200,000. Signed 51 millions. Yeah, but no account needed. Now I could also just click on that. Like, what does that mean? There could be a lot of bots as well. But one thing that you have to say is that in whatever club Mbappé was, they were actually better when he was not there. Also, no, since he left Paris, Paris became extremely good. And Real Madrid was extremely good before he joined there. Also it was Real Madrid was very dominant. And now Paris is dominant, and it's the exact opposite of where Mbappé was. Is that rare? I mean, okay, mostly cups end already before this time, but oh. I would have thought that very often I'm still streaming at this time. Is he considered the world's best player at the moment? Oh. One of the players. Good night. Also I definitely need to further improve. It's like 1 second towards Onyo. I guess that the sub 113 is probably Div 1 tomorrow, but it's of course hard to say because many players don't really show their pace. But I guess that this is what I have to aim for. But the thing is, tomorrow I can do more editor practice or then more practice in the other part maps, you know, that I hunt those. And then I continue again with more knowledge that I maybe gain. I can try again here to improve. But I mean, in the beginning I was very close to Onyo for a long time. It is this part where he makes a small pre-drift, which I don't really feel that well. This is the part where he gained a lot. This part I definitely have to practice again. And if I understand that, so that I can get it a bit better. Then I can already improve my current PB here by a lot. Mainly tech map, but it has this one part here. And that actually seems to be more important than I actually thought. Scheiße. Let's do until 11 PM, and then I do a short karaoke session. Oh, I jumped. That's not nice. That's also an easy way to get me knocked out. weekly grand. Yeah, it's in German I would say it's dahin geklatscht. Also this is not a very special good map. It's just like quickly built. You can really see it. It was just quickly done. Hence it's also not so good. I mean, I could still hunt the world record on the weekly grand, I guess. Tomorrow or something. I mean, I guess that I got beaten. Because the world record that I drove already, it had a respawn, so I can gain a lot of time on it. But since I cannot play the Grand in Duo, I don't know how much motivation I have. Like, it's only if the world record is easy to beat that I will try. I actually read through the mapping rules, the mapping guidelines for weekly grands. I have no idea how you can find it. I was just using Google for it. But I actually don't know what would be the normal way to get to that, where they explain how the mapping guidelines are. That's maybe already one issue, but maybe that's also just me. I didn't see anything related to old cars. Also from what I see, there was nothing written with old cars, they would be allowed. So if I would build a weekly grand myself, then it would contain old cars. I think my idea is to do 4 gates next to each other and you can decide which car you wanna have. And in the validation one I use all of the cars, so that you have like a mix of collidable cars next to you. I still have world record, what the fuck? Okay, Flugistone just did the snow map. Granati is so playing this map. Unless it comes on the 16th. Right before the EWC there. I can play on the 16th. Hope the map is short enough so that I can finish the race at 5 PM again and then immediately hop to EWC. Yeah, generally I thought maybe I should actually do some mapping at some point. Maybe mapping becomes more and more interesting to do. Because when you get such messages from Nadeo, that obviously they say we don't get enough maps, that of course means that it is the easiest right now to get a map in. Because the biggest issue is of course you build something and it will never get played. But if the chances are higher, the motivation of course is rising to actually build something. Do these numbers actually say a lot? 13... Oh, great. Thanks a lot, Simsalabim. do these numbers actually say a lot? Because people first have to open the weekly grant to decide it's not good. But that's the same thing that I think with movies in the cinema. Like, people first have to go into the cinema to realize it's a bad movie, but then they are already there, so they count. No. Yeah, okay, true. Maybe they actually just stopped earlier. Yeah, this is my best start. Scheiße. Well, yeah, potential's there. What did you write, Dubby? I'm not so firm with the kanji. Ah. No shit. Yeah. Yeah, Korean I also. True. Translation, my mom asked me if I did the dishes. I yelled, Lars, she smiled. She knew they were washed. Yeah, I wanted to say it earlier with ChatGPT. Schenker did that amazing small poem, or you could maybe also use it for a song. Yeah, Safemeister and Larius GPT, those two songs here. Especially Larius GPT. In the world of Trackmania, there's a duo we know, Marius 89TM and Lars, together they go. Marius speeds like lightning with finesse and grace, while Lars crashes often, wearing an angry face. Marius and Lars, an unlikely pair, one full of skill, the other filled with despair. Through triumphant failure, they navigate the track, their friendship enduring, never to crack. Lars revs his engine, frustration in his eyes, but Marius lends a hand, never asking why. He helps him up with patience and care, teaching him the tricks to fly through the air. Lars crashes and stumbles time and again, but Marius remains steadfast, a loyal friend. He sees beyond anger, the crashes and falls, and cherishes Lars, for who he is overall. In the world of Trackmania, their bond stands strong. Through laughter and frustration, they both belong. Mice and Lars, a unique harmony they find, two racing souls united in heart and mind. A quick chat GPT from Schenker. And the other one, Safemeister Marius. Marius 89TM, Trackmania ace, speeding through each thrilling race. With skills that shine and heart ablaze, he conquers tracks in countless ways. Champion of the virtual road, with his passion for speed brightly showed. Marius 89TM, a legend true, bringing joy to the racing crew. In the world of safety, a hero we see, Safemeister Marius, so brave and carefree. With caution in his veins and helmet on tight, he races through the circuits, keeping everything right. Safemeister Marius, protector of the track, guiding us with precision, never holding back.
He navigates the dangers, always in control. A guardian of racing, protecting every soul. ChatGPT is pretty OP in this regard, I would say. This is what orcs would write if they sign Mario, is that true? I didn't get out of the slide. Hello, Sandra. Was already a plus 16. I knew I caught up there. Also this is the part where my PP of course lost a bunch of time, as we saw in the comparison with Onyo. One more good try, then I do some karaoke to end the stream.
Ah, but... Oh, Spike also with a raid. Yo, thanks a lot. Okay, I could do a viewer challenge. Like, what is there to gain? Oh, scheiße. Ah, damn. Oh, I clipped through. Five subs for AT, 20 minutes time. AT is 1 minute 47. World record is 1 minute 44.5. Yeah, let's do that. How's the practice going? I started today, also this evening actually, after a cup of the day. And yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Missing 1 second to world record, but I had already like a 3 to 4/10 lead. And now I just have to improve the rest a slightly bit more. So I have already paced for low 113. I guess it's not enough for Div 1 though. Tomorrow I have to find a little bit more time and then I have a chance, I guess. Okay. What's actually the title at the moment? Ah, okay. So 20 minutes time. Yeah. Then let's do viewer challenge. Also first of all, I need the ability to respawn. So we switch that. Then we need the green timer. And then I need the map. Okay, then let's go. Am I allowed to watch the world record? Yes, okay. Never ending corner. here's the first checkpoint. I don't know if that are 2 checkpoints or not here. Are there 2 checkpoints? I mean, I will figure it out. Link checkpoints, okay. No. Can I still turn around here or not? No. Does it mean that I have to isolate it? Ugh. Ugh, okay. Well, that's difficult. Or should I have enough speed? Am I actually driving correct here? Ugh. Oh. I have that checked by now already. Okay. Did I do something wrong? Ach no, I have to get fully up here. Yeah, but I never ever have the speed for that. Like if the booster went to the other direction, then yes. But like this? This is the last checkpoint, I guess. And then bum 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 into finish. But rather you jump out of the wall right. Ideally. Nose against wall trick. Okay. Yeah, I guess as you allowed me to watch world record, I will do that, but I watch it quick. Down there, down here, so also nothing too special here, you go straight over this, okay. So now it gets interesting. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Well done. I just wanted to see if there's a cut. That would make everything so much easier, you know. This first checkpoint is right there. But yeah, it's... could be cuttable, but not nice to do. Otherwise we have border star everywhere, so... But probably I can do it without. Huh? It felt like this boost had no effect at all. What do I press? I'll just hold this. That's not good. I guess I just keep. I think I just keep pressing the same buttons and I'm not great. Okay. Also I'm almost there already, pace-wise. Yeah, nothing happened there with the booster. Almost feels like a fake boost. GG, 10 minutes. I wonder actually where I lost to you. Yeah, in the first turn I would say. Yo, thanks a lot for the 5 gifted.
And there's also a gifted sub to Harry is Sexy. Ooh. Harry type 1. That's all in the first ice. And you decided to do a plastic bounce there. Yeah. Wait, you're there, Harry. You're nice. Welcome back. That was a pretty clean run, I would say. Apart from, yeah, that I didn't get the best lines here in the start, but otherwise... the map was long, but it was not difficult to learn. I mean, I can give it a short try if I can beat the world record as well. Night Spike. An insane cut. I mean, especially the start is very sus, for sure. Yeah, it must be mainly the start. Yeah, it's already done. But I don't really get super good starts. This here can be improved as well. And I guess that I have to try to land on that red boost there. Hello, Ghost. I thought you were slow. Nice ice speed slide. Not.
Not getting into the speed slide. But this is not good enough, I would say. Unless I would get that red boost here, and that actually gains you a lot. It's the only way I could see this. Let's actually compare. So I'm gaining. But is it really a lot? I mean, yeah, it will gain a bit more here. I play it until the 20-minute mark. I really tried. My plan was to hit the plastic, but I'm apparently bad in that. I cannot hit the plastic wall. Now we can see how much I can gain here. Oh, quite a bit. Can that actually be enough? Because the start wasn't great. 9! Oh no. Oh no. It was exactly equal with you. I messed up the entry. Okay, that's crazy how much you can gain with that extra boost then. Woo! Okay. Do I even make this corner? Woo! Make it? Ach no, fuck this entry. Crazy that I got that entry so well in the other one. I was not aware that this is actually an issue here. No, so low 44. Do we just take this record now? But I always have to try for so long. finally a start that I wanted. What can go wrong? Yeah. It's always the stem wall weight entry. Okay, I see what the issue is though. Also I'm getting a little bit too fast. Not gonna lie. Oh, that was a tiny bit too early. I mean, I was pretty blind with the inside wall there. I just guessed. But holy moly. I can be really happy that I got that wall ride trick in my PB immediately for the challenge. I overjumped it. But is that slow? That's crazy. And the crazy thing is that I could still get world record now with this run, even though I didn't take. Oh wait, I was actually not. No, then probably not. So now I wouldn't know how I would gain so much time. That means that now it will work, right? Yeah, no, typical. I had to say, obviously it works now, no problem. Okay, but this was slow, what the fuck? Yeah, hello, my ghost is almost overtaking me. Oh, that's a bit random. Also I still lost a lot of time in the end. It's not really great, but if I get this booster now, I don't. Then you would have seen what kind of difference that makes. I mean, it wouldn't have been enough anyway in that round. Minus 1.5 was not enough. Also most likely at least. I would have been a high 44. I was actually gaining a little bit in the jump into the finish. So maybe it was not completely impossible. Oh shit. All that ice slide for this exit. Well, the gear is quite annoying there. I believe that the start was really nice in my Ghost. Yeah. So, the start I just went the first ice pot. Shit. I overjumped it. I mean, that would be fast enough if I get a good exit here. I'm not sure if it was good enough. Yes. Oh. So as close as possible, I had to jump super low. But yeah, this was without the red boost. Without the red boost. If I drive this basically with red boost, then you can gain 2 seconds. Also 142 you drive then. Okay. Let's do what I said earlier and open a bit of karaoke.